Do we need to be any closer to the microphones? Or?
As long as these guys are happy to see you.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to Bradford City Hall and to this amazing council chamber. My name's Abbe Robinson. I'm a senior producer for Bradford 2025, the UK City of Culture, and I've also been involved with the programming of BD is Lit Festival alongside colleagues here at Bradford Council. I'm the former chair of Light Up the North Network, and for 9 years I was also the artistic director and producer of Light Night Leeds. Oh, can you hear me okay? I'll just speak up a bit more then, yeah, can you hear me okay now? Okay, so this is the first in a series of spotlight talks exploring the dynamic world of light art. They're happening today at BD is Lit Festival and also at Light Up Lancaster Festival tomorrow. They're brought to you by Light Up the North. Light Up the North is a network of light festivals supported by Arts Council England who collaborate around things like commissioning, best practice for light festivals, collaborations on touring and co-presenting work, and also supporting the artistic development of the light art sector through their programmes Shine, Spark and Illuminate. So this morning we're going to hear from some visiting BD is Lit artists. We've got Ronan Devlin, Jack Cheeseborough, and Anne Bennett, who've all brought pieces of work to the event that starts tonight. Following this session, for those of you that are here in person, you can also go up to one of our Bradford 2025 Meanwhile venues, Loading Bay, to hear a preview and a talk from another BD is Lit artist before you come back here at 2 o'clock, hopefully to hear from Phil, who's over there, who's going to be running a session all about the phenomenal rise of light events across the UK and the sort of cultural and economic impact on our towns and cities that these kind of festivals bring. All of the talks in Bradford and in Lancaster are live streamed, so hello to everybody online. Hope you can hear and see us okay. And we're going to be talking about various things connected to light art and festivals. So we'll get started with this session called What is Light Art, which is a big question. We're here sort of on the eve of BD is Lit Festival, which is one of many, many festivals happening, especially across the north of England as we sort of head into the winter months. And I think personally there's something really special and unique about light, the nature of light, of bringing people together, especially at this time of year. And light art has really become a sort of phenomenon over the past decade, really. And we've seen these events springing up all over the place and people seeing that this is a way to bring people together in our towns and cities, which is lovely. The term light art, I feel like that kind of really covers a huge range of sort of disciplines and artistic practices from, we'll hear from Anne, very sort of handcrafted individual work through to big scale digital projections. We'll hear from Ronan about, and a whole range of installations in between. I've got some examples here on the screen of some types of light art that you might encounter at light festivals. We've got the Spark Drummers, who you will also see tonight at BD is Lit as a sort of live performance programme. We've also got examples of things like parades and torch processions that would also come under the sort of umbrella of light art. We've also got examples here of big scale installations that you might see in public spaces. An amazing example there called the House of Cards by OG Group, and Luke Jerram's Moon, which I'm sure lots of people have seen, which has travelled all over the world as a massive light installation. That's an example there of when we had it in Leeds for Light Night Festival. And also we talked about that sort of rise in technology, meaning that sort of video mapping and projection are things that people associate with light art and light festivals on buildings and in public spaces. And it feels like there's something quite universal about light art in bringing people to kind of explore very familiar spaces in a new way, and that excitement of exploring a space for a fleeting moment as it's transformed by light. before returning to its usual kind of space. I think also the good thing about light art is it's quite universal. You know, it doesn't require language, most of it, to be understood by anyone anywhere in the world, which means that light festivals can bring work in from international artists, which is really exciting, and creates a much bigger audience for light art when it's created. But obviously we don't have light art without artists. So that's why we've got our panel here today to sort of help think about answering that question of what is light art. So each of our panel today are going to talk about their own artistic practice, give examples of some of their work and maybe their journey into the world of light art, to sort of share that with us. And then following each of them, we're going to do a series of sort of Q&A, and which will open out to the audience, both here and online as well, if you've got any questions that you'd like to ask our artists. Okay, so we'll kick off with Ronan Devlin, who is presenting his new work, Worstedopolis, here on this very building tonight, so look out for that. I'll hand over to you, Ronan.
Thank you, Abbe. Morning, everybody. My name's Ronan Devlin. I'm a visual artist and designer, and I'm just going to give you a kind of biographical history of how I started getting into this and show you a few pieces of work. So the first slide is, I'd only really kind of remembered this last week. I was visiting my mum home in Northern Ireland, and I found this photograph on the inside of one of my brother's wardrobes, which was empty. We're emptying stuff out. And this is a photograph of my degree show. I studied graphic design, and I got really interested in visual poetry using typography. And I came across a magazine in the university library, and there was an article on an event called Lux Europae, which was a light festival in Edinburgh in 1992, and I think it was a really early light festival. And I saw an image of some geometric forms projected onto Edinburgh Castle, and I was just blown away. And it sort of gave me the idea that maybe I could do something with typography and space. So my final degree show was actually projected onto my house. Much to the disapproval of one or two tutors. I made 20 typographic pieces, and I borrowed a projector off a friend of mine who did club visuals. And we sort of projected at night guerrilla style onto my house, and about 5 people saw it, and a few people stopped in taxis and cars and wanted to know what we were doing. And being Belfast, gable walls have a sort of political connotation, so seeing something that was unusual was maybe kind of striking to people. So that was the first thing I did. And the next slide, please. But I didn't pursue light art initially. I finished my degree and was sensible-ish, and moved to Dublin and started a career in graphic design following my training. So this slide just shows a range of things that I did for various cultural organisations. So I ended up working for 15 years supporting a lot of artists, cultural organisations, and including did some stuff for Temple Bar Properties, who had an outdoor light festival, but it never ever occurred to me at the time to do that sort of work. I was sort of in service of it. But during the time, I also did maintain a kind of personal artistic practice, which was generally typographic and photographic, but not light art specifically. Next slide. But I married an academic. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. Not really. Can you hear me? Can you hear anything? I can project. Will you just sort of shout a bit? Better?
That one.
Hello?
Is that better?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Sorry. I'm a bit embarrassed now. So, is that too loud? No. Okay. So, I married an academic, and in 2011 she was appointed. She got a role in Bangor University, so we moved to North Wales. And when I got there, there were very few design opportunities. So I took this sort of moment of not having of downtime to start sort of focusing on artistic practice. And this photograph is of an exhibition I made of photographic montages. The house that we rented in Wales had an old butcher store, sort of a sign on the side of it, which was just empty, and we converted it into a gallery space. And this got the attention of a local organisation called Blink, who ran a biannual light festival. So they asked me if they could hire the space from me to put an artwork into it, and I said, of course. And then I took the opportunity to kind of try and wheedle my way in there and get some design work. And I ended up designing a catalogue for the light festival, so I got to know some of the light artists, got to see some of the work, and I found it really interesting, really appealing. But the organisation had an unexpected VAT liability, and they couldn't afford to pay me or print the actual programme, and they felt really bad. So they said, look, we're really sorry, and we really like the work you've done. Would you like to take some of that work and make it into a light artwork and show at the next festival? So I did, and my light art career happened because of a VAT liability error. So there you go. Next slide, please. So this is the work after image. I based their identity work. I designed a logo for them, and I designed some moving image things, all based on a self-similar dot matrix. So I took that work and made it into a 16-minute audiovisual loop of evolving dot matrix grids with some sound that my friend made for me. And this was shown twice at Blink, and then I put it into a few open calls and it got shown in Cincinnati, and then at video forums in France. So it was reasonably successful for an accident. And then around 2014, the Arts Council of Wales they were actively supporting digital art, and they wanted digital artists, and there weren't many around. So they kind of came to me. So it was the opposite of the current situation where you really have to fight for funding. They were kind of offering funding to digital artists. So I applied for develop your creative practice research project, did that, and then at the same time started working with Bangor University's Innovation Hub, and they asked me to come and be their designer in residence for a couple of years because they were interested in this sort of design meets art thing that I was doing. So that happened, and then I got a large project grant from the Arts Council all within a year, so it really just sort of snowballed in 2014, and can I have the next slide, please? So I ended up being in a really good situation where I was able to research and develop this new way of working with funding at Bangor University. And during this time, became interested in Eastern philosophy and kind of interconnection of things through particularly through a book by a guy called Fritjof Capra. It's called The Tao of Physics, which is about how Eastern philosophy predates a lot of Western modern ideas of quantum physics and quantum theory. So I was sort of drawn down that rabbit hole of that idea of interconnection, and I wanted to make an artwork that was about interconnection of things. There was another sort of idea that I got from Eastern philosophy, which is that when you look at things in a very micro or macro way, things sort of disappear, that form disappears, and all you're left with are patterns of energy. So I was really interested in this idea of pattern making, which has been a through line through the work. So this slide's called In Flow, and it's the actual, apart from the general idea, a colleague at Bangor University showed me a slide of carbon atoms under an electron microscope, and it was really amazing because they looked like a perfect grid of triangles. So I had this idea that maybe if I use triangles as a fundamental geometric form, it's kind of like all organic matter viewed at that level. It's sort of like a subatomic or a microscopic landscape. So I showed this work in Wales, and then I entered it into the Lumen Prize, and it got into the final. So they toured it to Winter Lights in London, somewhere in New York, I can't remember now, it was a tech conference which I attended, and then a place in Shanghai which I couldn't get to. I couldn't get funding to get to Shanghai, so that was a really, really good experience. And can I have the next slide, please? So following that, I applied to an open call from an organisation called The Space, who were a BBC Arts Council initiative, and I got it, and It was initially conceived as a poetic mapping tool. I saw a documentary on BBC Two, I think it was Horizon, and they were showing how mobile data towers can kind of track people's movements, and it was sort of before the conversation about data surveillance had really come into popular knowledge. So as an artist, I immediately thought, oh, mobile phone data can track you. I wonder if I could make art with that. So I kind of pitched this idea that I was going to make a visual diary that evolved on your mobile phone as you moved from place to place, and the text content would come from these sort of surveillance technologies. But I got speaking to some academics in Bangor, and they said, look, you know, you're missing an opportunity here. You could actually use this to reveal how we're being monitored, surveilled, and used for marketing purposes through our mobile devices. So this artwork takes people's live mobile data and reconstitutes it as a typographic assemblage of all of the different entities that are kind of looking at you. So the words that come out are kind of words that are flagged. So you flag things whenever you look at any website, and then you're kind of, there's a funnel of marketing that comes at you. So the stuff in the front is the stuff that you can see, and the list at the back are all of these entities that are kind of looking at you and trying to sell you stuff. Next slide.
How did you track people's mobile data?
We weren't allowed to do it in the university bounds. It was possible. We worked with an ethical hacker. We were going to use a pineapple and set up our own network. So we did that, but we had to buy mobile phones, set up contracts, and so we had 12 individual contracts for people to come in then and use the work. One of the guys that worked with us on the project, he did the sort of back end data. He worked for the university, and he was told that he would lose his job if one person complained about data leakage. So he first didn't tell us, and he was trying to sabotage the project, and then because he was so nervous, and then we came to a solution and got it to work. So it was a contained network within the university. So this work was commissioned by, I was one of the Shine artists commissioned by Light Up the North to make a new work to tour 4 festivals. So I showed it at Light Night Leeds, where I met Abbe, Light Pool Blackpool, Light Up Lancaster, and Light Wave Salford. It's called Aura, and it kind of follows on from the surveillance idea. It's a digital mirror that uses effective emotional AI tech that reflects viewers' emotions. So basically, when you go into a large sports venue or a shopping centre, quite often they have emotional AI technology to read your expressions, to change adverts, to monitor people for potential, like in a sports venue, for potential violence. So I thought you could use this to make a kind of a playful artwork and also maybe reveal some of that stuff. So there's this sort of slight political undertone to it. And then I went on to a lovely man called Keith Watson, who very sadly passed away, then invited me to show this on a water screen at Winter Lights in Canary Wharf. That's the bottom right image. And if just next slide, please. This is called Loom, and it was a collaboration with, I've been working with a coder for a few years with this stage called Michael Flukiger. He's a Swiss guy, and we ended up, actually, quite often I would kind of devise a concept, bring it to him, and he would sort of solve it. But with this one, we started working together, which was really beneficial. I think we produced something really beautiful. So we were invited to make permanent artwork in the undercroft of a building at Broadgate in London. And the architect's forms, they had already kind of drawn a connection to the area's textile heritage by designing the building's cladding with punch cards. The first computers were actually weaving loom punch cards. They were called jacquard looms, and they had like these strips of card that would show the fabric where to go. So the idea was like to turn the building into, it had this punch card cladding, so I thought I would turn the screen into a loom, and it would kind of, whenever people walk underneath, they would weave a light fibril, if you like, and make a pattern. And next slide, please. So just connecting back to the water screen that I made at Winter Lights, a Welsh artist called Mark Rees, he saw a video of the Canary Wharf exhibition and he invited me to make this, which was called Anomaly. And he asked me if I could make something on a lake in the middle of a slate mountain in Wales, which was a kind of ethereal, otherworldly object through which a character in a live televised theatre performance could engage with their future self. And he thought with a water screen we could maybe do something like that. So this was for Unboxed Festival, and it was interesting because it felt like a kind of design project. It's sort of, they asked me to make an artwork, but it had a brief, so it's kind of this sort of marriage of my art and design sensibilities pretty much kind of clearly realised, where I could do what I wanted, but I knew that there was a fixed agenda about how it had to work. I've sort of lost my thread there. Next slide. So this is, I chose all of the works in that order because they kind of feed into the culmination of I think a lot of different things, which is the work that I've made for BD is Lit, which is called Worstedopolis. I'm really honoured to have been invited. Thank you very much. And so this work is, since creating the loom work, I've been interested in textiles, and I wanted to make a piece that was directly based on weaving processes. I've been interested in thinking about that for a while. And whenever I was invited to think about something for Bradford, I looked into both online and went to the Bradford Industrial Museum. There's a really great exhibition on at the moment called Woven Through Time. And I discovered that there was a nickname for the city, Worstedopolis, in the 19th century, for its central role in worsted yarn production. So at a site like Bradford, produced 2/3 of the UK's wool, and had lots of people migrating to Bradford from both the UK and from abroad. So kind of this sort of weaving history has really changed the fabric of the city. So the name Worstedopolis made me think of like a fabric city. So I wanted to kind of cover the city hall in an evolving fabric pattern. So hopefully I've done something that serves the history, and it'll be on tonight and tomorrow. So thank you for listening, and that's it for me.
Amazing. Thank you, Ronan. That's really fascinating. We're all looking forward to seeing that start tonight on City Hall. So I'm going to pass over now to Jack Cheeseborough of Outpoint Studio, who is also bringing us an artwork to BD is Lit called Rever.
There we go. Hello, I am Jack from Outpoint Studio. My main job is I'm actually a lighting designer in the events industry for festivals and the like, and also I do, I'm a light artist, a new one. I will tell you a bit more about my background in a second. So my main sort of focus is on light and its interaction with sound. So my first interest in light art started, well, not just light art, but in sort of experiences like this. Started as a child. I remember being really excited to go to the fireworks shows. Our town had one that was like timed to music, and I just remember being really like excited when like the fireworks would go off at like the same time as the James Bond theme and stuff. I found that really cool as a 10-year-old. So, and then I remember going to a gig when I was like 14 or 15, my first gig, and the whole room was filled with video panels and lighting and projection, and I just remember being like transported to this other world. I forgot where I was. I was completely immersed in this production, and pretty much from that moment on I was like, I'd like to work in this industry. So I decided to go to uni to learn. I studied sound, light and live event technology at the University of Derby, and I didn't really think of myself as a creative at all. I didn't do like art at GCSE. I was probably more sciencey and technology, and I kind of didn't really know how to be an artist. I didn't really think that was for me, but I definitely wanted to get involved and create these sort of experiences, and I kind of I thought, well, if I learn how to do it from a technical point of view, then no one can stop me making them. So at my time at university, I started to try and volunteer at events and get some experience. And I took my first freelance job, which was operating lights at a festival called Glaston Budget, which is a tribute act, nothing to do with the real Glastonbury. But I had a great time. I knew lighting was right for me after that. I spent 3 days in a tent doing lighting for songs that I knew were my parents' sort of favourite songs. We had like the Pet Shop Boys and stuff. And I had a great time sort of transferring the performance from just a musical one to like a visual one as well. And I came away from that quite excited. So flash forward 5 years from then, minus a brief stint in Tesco during COVID. I'm now working as a freelance lighting designer for festivals and gigs and events. I've now been fortunate enough to work on some amazing projects such as Lost Village Festival, the real Glastonbury. I've worked on immersive experiences such as the Harry Potter Forbidden Forest experience. I've toured with DJs and bands, and that's been fantastic. And during this time, I've had the opportunity to design things that were more wholly my own production, where I wasn't just adding a visual element to something else. And the first time I got to do that, which is my first slide, was a video tunnel at a festival. So this is, you can hopefully tell from the photos, this is a 40-foot long tunnel made of wood, and the walls are covered in projection. So you've got the floor and the side walls and the back, and this was basically tucked away at a festival, and you had to enter by following these like sort of secret messages around the site. And you entered throughout the back of an arcade machine, and you walked into this room where there was this light and sound experience, and you could run up and down it or sit in it or experience it however you wanted, and basically just be taken away from where you are in that moment. And that was I just really enjoyed that. I was very excited to finally sort of have control of the whole thing. I wasn't, just lighting up someone's songs. I was getting to sort of create the atmosphere myself. I really enjoyed this. I had a great time, and I decided to look more into it, and someone recommended the Spark Artist program to me, which was fantastic. It's run by Light Up the North, and it's sort of a mentorship program where you come and visit a couple of light festivals, and you can meet the artists and just get a bit of support and potentially developing your own piece, which is what I did. And in the winter of 2023, I designed my first art piece, Rever. There might be a slide. There we go. So Rever means to dream. It's an immersive audiovisual piece utilizing lighting equipment typically found on stage. Viewers are invited on a journey into dreamscapes into the realm of the subconscious mind. So you're greeted by this sort of cascading light waterfall, and then you're guided through a 3-minute symphony of light and sound. I worked with a friend, Henry Howe, on a soundtrack, which was, again, a fun experience trying to sort of explain how to create this sound that I had in my mind and how he was going to transfer that into something real. That was really fun. And it went out on display last year at Light Night Leeds and then at Light Night Wigan, and it's also here tonight. There's a couple more, I think there's one more. Yeah, there's a few more photos of it, and then after this there should be a video.
Ooh.
Maybe.
Well,
This is pushing it now.
Let's push the technology. There we go, that's my piece. I like seeing the toddlers run up and down in front of it. It's really cool. That's my favourite thing. So after that,
I designed another piece which literally premiered 2 weeks ago at Light Night Leeds, which is called Lumora. Lumora is this really large lighting canvas, so it's 8 meters wide and 2 meters tall. And it's inspired by the invisible and vast energy streams from across the universe, and the power and complexity and detail of these streams hit this light surface that glows up, and with this display of data and energy. I don't have a video of this one yet, but it's got an original score by Henry Howe, and it's designed to completely it fills your field of vision. And the idea is that even for those people who might not be out looking for the light festival, I remember catching the attention of some teenagers riding past on their bikes, and they kind of saw it, and then they were like, oh, we'll have a look. And they came down, and they were like, they ended up staying for the whole thing and a bit of the next run, and as they cycled off, they were like, that was all right, actually. So I'm glad I got to capture their attention and sort of make them forget what they were doing for a minute.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jack. Well, from all of that technology, we're going to move on to Anne, who has a very different artistic practice.
Yes. I'm sorry, just turn this on. There we are. Hello. So first of all, thank you to Bradford is Lit for having me and for inviting me to exhibit my artwork. I'm really excited to be here. So it's the first time that my artwork, which is called Rainforest Butterflies, has been exhibited at a light festival. And it's the first time that I've had it open displayed at such a large scale as well. So I'm really excited about that. So a couple of things to know about me. Number one, I love butterflies. Number two, I love making art, and number three, I love nature as well, and obviously light art. So I'm a light artist, I'm an installation artist, I'm a sculptor, and I also call myself an artist. So there we are. So I might actually can we flip to the next slide, please? So if you click on that image, I'm hoping it should take you to a video. So on the screen is a video of my artwork which is called Butterfly Dream, which is an artwork that originally got commissioned by Light Up the North, which is an artist development programme. And at the time it was 4 different light festivals who basically helped me to develop this small artwork which I took to them, which was a smaller version of Butterfly Dream, which was about 150 butterflies, which are all made from bioresin, invisible UV ink, visible UV ink, and basically they're just strung down with invisible thread. So how the artwork works is that you go to see the artwork in the daytime, and what I hope people will do is go and look at the butterflies, sort of immerse themselves in the space, think about all the different meanings of butterflies, so like lightness of being, so lightness of being, things like being in the arms of an angel, fresh starts, new beginnings, and things like that. And then what ideally what I'd like people to do is to then walk away, to think about all the things that they've been thinking about in the installation, and then come back at night and see the butterflies that are all lit up with different patterns, different colours, and see things in a new light, in a new way. And this video is actually of Butterfly Dream, which was the largest installation that I've done so far of it, which was in Aberdeen for their light night. And it had over 10,000 people who came to view it, which was really exciting. So it's been really nice because, as Abbe will know, it's an artwork which has developed and grown over the years. So with each commission that I get for it, I make more butterflies, I tweak it, I improve it, and I like to think that it sort of gains a new life with every different installation and every place that I put it, which is really nice. So yeah, and what's also I think what really works with this installation is that because it's so light and because it's so delicate, it lends itself to being installed in unusual places. So like the Remembrance Hall in Aberdeen, like churches, places where you have to be respectful of the buildings, and often places where normally maybe they wouldn't normally have an installation installed. So yeah, so I hope that made sense. So just get my slides up here 1 second. Yeah, and just to say also, it's lit up only solely with UV lights, so it's really low tech. Not to say that it didn't take a long time to make. So yeah, sorry, mine's not loading on my phone. So I thought I'd talk about a bit about being a shine artist, because I thought that might be quite interesting to know. Sorry, do you mind if I swap my...
Yeah.
It's just not loading, that's easier. I'm not rambling.
Just to say that Shine, as I mentioned earlier, is an initiative from Light Up Network as part of their talent development programme, which Anne was part of. So,
Oh, now it's loading. Typical. Yeah, being a shine artist. So it taught me loads of different things. One thing that I wanted to draw upon is that it taught me that light festival producers especially are really passionate about the environment and energy consumption. And I think that's really important to highlight at a light festival, because I think often people think light festival, it's not very environmentally friendly. Why are you giving me a message about, with my rainforest butterflies, for example, about the rainforest, about deforestation, about climate change, and you're lighting up an artwork with electricity and things like that. So personally, I try to aim to make artwork which is relatively low powered, an artwork that has a life after each festival and continues to grow, so that I get the most out of it. And that's something that also recently I exhibited in the Eden Project. And what I learned from them especially was that it's okay, we can all try not to use any plastic, and we can all try and do nothing that will harm the environment, but realistically it's not going to work, and it's about having that balance. And I think light festivals are also about having that balance where, you know, we have so many people who come and visit the light festivals, and while they're here enjoying the light festival, enjoying their own city, you know, they're not driving miles to go and have an experience somewhere else. They're not, you know, turning the washing machines and the TVs on at home. They're out in the city enjoying light artwork together, which is considerably a lot less power than if they were sat at home, all of them watching TV or, you know, driving to an event somewhere and things like that. So I like to think of it a bit like that. I don't know. So can we move to the next slide? So some of the highlights of being a shine artist. So one really key highlight that I think fondly of, and I remember fondly of, was my artist exchange, which happened through the Shine programme, which I took my Butterfly Dream to Romania, and I exhibited them in Cluj in Romania, and that was a really amazing experience, because not only did it teach me a lot of things like logistics, like how do you actually get an artwork abroad, how do you get it there safely, how do you install it in time, and things like that. But it also gave me an insight into how the people who live in Romania see artwork, and that they really enjoyed it, and they wanted to be there and know what we were doing, and things like that. Is there anything else that you think we should? Yeah, so this is an example of the artist exchange in Romania. So on there's a few photos. So every time I exhibit at a light festival, I meet people, make connections. What I tend to find is that other light artists are always really friendly, and it's always a really enjoyable experience as well, being at a light festival and exhibiting. In Romania, I also got put on national TV, so I went on the news, They interviewed me, had a camera in my face, which was the first time that had happened. So that was an experience. And that's something that I'm sort of trying to get more used to, like this. And yeah, so on those pictures on the right, that's my artwork, which was outside in a park. And I think it had a really nice response. So yeah, should we go to the next slide? So moving forwards, I'm really interested in talking of making sort of handcrafted things, which I've been doing, but inputting like VR and more technology into my work in a way that's meaningful. So this image, you might have seen it, it was an installation in Kew Gardens, and it's basically a digital copy of a tree. And you might think, why a digital copy of a tree? Well, how they did it was really clever. They did it double-sided, and basically you could see the whole the network of the roots on the trees, sort of all the nutrients going through the trees, and it gave you a really different perspective of that tree. And suddenly you saw it as something that, not just something that's still and stationary, but something that's alive and living. And that's something also that I try and portray in my work, which is making the unseen seen. So like with can we go back to the first slide, please? So rainforest butterflies, which is being exhibited at BD's Lit tonight. They are in Norfolk Gardens, so I hope you'll go and see them. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. I was just thinking of the butterflies.
You were talking about this sort of seeing the unseen.
Yes, sorry, thank you. So seeing the unseen. So I think it's really easy for us to forget that when we're trying to make improvements for the environment, or when we're trying to make the best decisions and the best choices. I think it's really easy to forget what effects we have as a population on the whole world, because you're not seeing the things and they're not there in front of you, i.e. blue morpho butterflies, which are, people know them as jewels of the rainforest. And what's happening is deforestation is having a huge effect, not only on blue morpho butterflies, but of all the rainforest, which is really detrimental. And I think what I like to do is just a reminder that things like that exist, that other beautiful things that you don't normally see. You don't see them in England, you don't see them in Bradford, but the little things that we do and we can improve can have a huge effect globally. And I think that's sort of where I'm at the moment. I don't know if there's any questions or hope that.
Butterfly effect.
Yeah. Thank you.
So such a wide variety of artist work there, all under this idea of light art. I think the thing that connects everything is that light is central to all of your art. It's not just something that's lit, it's that light is a central element of the work that you do. I mean, we've heard a bit about your sort of journeys into being light artists. Do you define yourselves as that, or are you artists working in the medium of light, would you say?
Do you mind if I?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I probably couldn't really call. Sorry. I can't really. I can't speak. I can't really call myself a light artist strictly because I do lots of other things. I'm a graphic designer still, and I make work through other mediums. But I do really have an affinity to it. But I don't like to sort of strictly call myself that. It's a very long answer for a simple question.
I mean, in terms of sort of the nature of light and thinking about light art, what do you think it is when you come to festivals and you experience people seeing your work? What is it about the light involved in your piece that you think helps people to connect with it and interact with it?
So I think for me personally, obviously the butterfly, it's a symbol that everybody knows, whether you are, even my 9-month-old looks at a butterfly and she recognises that it's something pretty and something nice. Sorry, 9 months, did I say? I don't know if I said 9 years old. And then, children like them, teenagers love them, adults, and the older population as well. So I think for me it's that connecting of something really familiar, but you're seeing it in an unusual way. So it looks maybe a bit more surreal, slightly magical, and you're drawn to it. And I think one of the things that's really tricky as a light artist is to find that balance between, okay, I want to make something that not only lights up, but it needs to be meaningful. Because without that meaning and without that something extra, you just end up with something that's sort of Christmas tree lights or decoration. And I think it's really important that there is that distinction. And what takes the time about light art is the designing, the ideas, the prototyping, the testing, the gauging people's response to making an artwork. I hope that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that makes sense completely. And we think when we're thinking about light art, we think of it as a very visual medium. But how important, Jack, do you think it is that sound plays a part in bringing light art to life for an audience?
I think it can help, and I think it's another important medium. But I think I like the variety of some that do and some that don't. I think I've been to some pieces that have no sound, and you just get like the atmosphere of everyone talking about the piece. I haven't seen the butterflies, but I can already imagine like the atmosphere, what it's like. Everyone just like looking up. Yes. It's probably quite quiet, and there's probably kids pointing things out, and like it's not sounds you've made, but it's still part of the environment and atmosphere that's there.
Experience.
And that's just as important as like my piece where I've got a soundtrack that we spent months making. They both create the atmosphere we were going for. But I think it's nice to. I just think it's nice to have both. And there's something nice about, particularly what I've tried to do is my work really focuses on like the interaction between the sound and light. There's not normally something happening in the music that doesn't reflect in the light. Like I'll find every note, every little beat, something will happen. And I think I quite like that because it kind of, I've heard people say when they're watching it, like, oh look, you can hear that bit there, and like people start noticing it and then they zone in more. So I quite like that, as well as almost the opposite effect to the atmosphere of the butterflies, as people zone right in and they forget what's right next to them. So I just think that both creative ways.
Amazing. You've all talked a little bit about the experience of bringing your work to a festival, because obviously there's that artistic process that Anne talked about, where you're doing your research, you're thinking about the concepts and the work and pulling it together. But when you're actually exhibiting it at a festival, have you been surprised or intrigued by how people have interacted or responded to your work, and how's that sort of helped with the development of further work?
Me? Yeah. I think the audience is really important, and the setting's really important. I had worked on the piece for tonight and had it at a point where I thought it was finished yesterday, until I got it onto the building and realised that it wasn't. Abbe came along and gave me some really good feedback, and a couple of other people, I asked them a couple of questions, and it was the same thing, that the context kind of changes, the setting, the context really changes and shifts the work. And at the same time as well, the audience can change your work. You might have one intention for a piece, and the audience can kind of blow that, either by playing with it in a way you didn't expect to, or by, I once made a piece in Wales in a shopping centre, and it was just a three-screen video, and the videos were all set slightly out of sync, so it appeared to continue forever. And a guy spent 8 hours in it one day, and I had to go up and say to him, he went and got his lunch and came back. I had to go and say, I only expected people to stay in it for a few minutes, and I said, it's generative, and he said, what? when's it over? And I said, it doesn't, it just keeps going. And he went, oh, it's fine, I'm enjoying myself. So, so you just never know. And as well, you mentioned children earlier, and anything I've made that's been interactive, children really can find me and kind of always kind of do something that you don't expect, and that can kind of make it, because the aura piece, that I had a really specific way that I wanted audiences to, I wanted to funnel audiences into it a certain way, and kids just went, no, we're doing this, and that was it. Well, that's what it is, and it can kind of sort of cut out that instinct can kind of cut out all of these sort of preconditioned ideas you have that maybe were wrong or maybe a bit too tight or something. So it can be really good.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting to think how that is a constantly evolving situation when you're bringing a piece of art to people. And I'm glad you said feedback and not interference talking about your piece of work, because I think, it's so exciting sometimes to see that transition of work from something on a screen onto a building and how that translates. It's really exciting. Yeah,
you forget, sometimes you can become really snowblind to what you're making. You can just get really into this, and it must be this, and I have to get to this point. And then it can really help if other people just come in and just knock that out of you or something. Anyway.
So before we just open this out to questions from the audience, I was kind of intrigued to get your ideas about where you think light art as a medium is heading. What we're going to be seeing at festivals in the next few years. How is technology going to impact on what's exhibited? Do you have any kind of thoughts on that?
So how I see light art and festivals in the future, and hopefully not too far future, is I think there's going to be a lot more technology, immersive artworks, a lot more technology, and also what I'd like to see is, which I know, I think it was Canary Wharf that did this. They had a light festival where it was in summer in the daytime, and it wasn't using electric and it wasn't using power. It was just using the sun and the daylight with transparent materials and colours and casting shadows, and it was really playful, and it was really lovely. And I think what for me personally I would love, and it's something that I always as a personal thing, I always try to make an artwork that looks really beautiful and pretty and interesting and intriguing during the daytime, and then has something different to offer on a night time. And I think that's sort of something important to remember, because the artwork is there in the city or it's there in the town for 48 hours, maybe longer, maybe shorter. So I think it's really important to make the most of it while it's there as well. But yeah, so
I'm hoping for some. I really like what you sort of touched on about ecological ideas and using natural materials and things that can just be in a space and have low maintenance and low energy consumption. And I'm really hoping for sort of this sort of way of thinking about cities and places to be a more permanent thing, that these aren't just things that are wheeled out, for events. I'm not saying wheeled out in a negative way. That maybe we consider the urban environment in a more sort of long-term way, and how these sort of technologies and things that artists are using in them that sort of quite often address issues can actually become part of the fabric of a place. So I think that's maybe something that might start to spill into thinking, but I mean, I suppose there are more pressing environmental concerns. Yeah.
That's really interesting, and has started to happen more in Europe, I think.
Yes,
certainly places in Scandinavia who are looking at light art and keeping that, through the year as a piece of city lighting as well as a piece of artwork, which is really interesting. Okay, well, thank you so much to all of you for your presentations and for answering those questions. I wonder if we can open it out now to anyone in the room or anyone online who'd like to ask a question for our panel. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering, as artists, is there any tension between your work as an artist and the ideas you're interested in, and the sort of commissioning opportunities and opportunities to present the work that might come from the light festivals and that kind of thing? So, do you know what I mean?
I think sort of. So for me personally, I don't know if this might be helpful, but so when I make artwork, I try to make something that's beautiful. That's really my sort of aim, and that people will engage with and connect with. So with that, and I try to make something that's true to me and true to what my message that I'm trying to portray as well. So when I get commissions and things like that, the majority of commissions and the majority of exhibitions that I do, it's through networking, through meeting people, through emailing, through ringing people up and saying, hey, this is me, this is my message, this is my artwork, look what I do. I do apply for open calls. I may get some, majority of the time not. I find that the most commissions I get are through me putting myself out there. And yeah, if that is, I don't know if that touched upon what you were getting at or not.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and it's just like, I guess a lot of the light mind might have a particular theme that you go, oh God, I wonder if my artwork fits into that theme because you've got your product already. And then you have to try and spin this story about how it might.
So yeah, so I think generally, light producers go round other festivals and they will look at artworks, and they will also meet you, look at your website and look what you've got to do, and they keep it in the back of their minds. And then whenever I approach them, I never say, what's your theme? I've never asked that. I've never asked what's your theme. They've never said to me, this is our theme. You know, can you make it exactly to fit this box? And I think that's a nice thing about art, that there is a lot of flexibility with it. I don't know about.
Yeah. I think as a festival producer as well, you're right, we do set themes for festivals to try and make something a very coherent programme, feel that it feels like it's something that fits, but we tend to make it a very broad theme so that we can, with the magic of marketing, you know, give a narrative to the pieces of work that we select. And often, as Anne said, they're from seeing those works in different situations, in different settings at other festivals, and thinking about our spaces and what's going to work well. So we wouldn't want a kind of theme to exclude a piece of work, but we might think creatively about how we bring it under that umbrella.
One thing that I've noticed, you know, being at different, because I've been at one at Artichoke a couple of years ago, is how public really, really resonate with interactive pieces. You know, they don't always have to be massive pieces, they can be quite intimate. But you know, one where the sound of the voice changes the light. And there was a great piece in Leeds last year, that was like a ball, and when you sang to it, it changed colour. Yeah. And that's quite interesting, sort of from a future point of view, isn't it? And sort of when you talk about people engaging with the environment, and people feel like that they're connected to a city. If you have more interactive pieces and more intimate pieces that go with pieces like yours, you know, and yours as well.
Yeah, I certainly think interactive pieces are very, very popular at light festivals, and there's an interesting.
What you guys thought of that, you know?
I'll go. I think there's there's not much kind of play in our lives outside of, you know, football and, you know, sports and things like that. I think there's an innate kind of we all love to play, but quite often you have your mask of being a serious adult when you're out and about, and unless you're out, you know, at night. And I think bringing play into things is really important, and it's something that we have been taught to sort of stop ourselves from doing, and letting go a little bit. So I think that's why people probably respond to it, because there's an invitation to kind of let your guard down a little bit. So I quite like sort of being in a space and sort of covertly watching people and seeing what they're doing. It kind of what tickles me, and then it sort of affects what I maybe might want to do next, kind of thing. So yeah, that's what I think.
Have we got any other questions in the room? Have we any online? None online. Anybody else in the room want to ask something? Yeah?
You're the first person I've met that's read those Fritjof Capra books.
All right.
And they're brilliant, aren't they?
Yeah, amazing.
I was also really inspired by those as an artist.
All right.
Is that work always in the back of your mind? Have you found new books that are talking about the same kind of themes but in a different way?
I do look at quite a lot of stuff along those lines, and but it's still a reference point. I still read it every 2 years.
Go back to it.
Yeah, because there's the opening. If you're not aware of the book, Fritjof Capra is a physicist, and whenever he moved to, I think he's Eastern European. I can't remember where he's from.
I think he's German, but he lived in the States.
Yeah, he moved to America in the late 60s, and he got involved in the counterculture movement, and he got really heavily into meditation. But he was also a physicist, and he got interested in the idea of sort of like the cosmic forces and energy arising from everything, and what that might look like. So he was mapping all of these things in a theoretical sense through his studies. But he meditated on a beach one day, and he saw it. He saw this sort of shower of energy. It manifested to him. It existed. And then he started reading Hindu and texts and realized that this was an anomaly that's been discussed for thousands of years, called the dance of Shiva, which is what Hindus thought all life had come from. So it's an actual thing that he was modeling in reality in theory through his physics, and then comparing it to these really ancient texts, and he draws comparisons between how our modern thinking we think is really advanced, but actually we're just now catching up to what Eastern mysticism had sort of had suggested years ago. Anyway, it was a very terrible explanation, but it's a great book.
Sorry, can you say the name again?
The Tower of Physics, TAO, by Fritjof Capra.
He's got quite a few other.
Yeah. Some of them are he gets a bit more out there, but yeah, they're all really good. And if you catch any YouTube interviews with him, he's really, really good. He's really entertaining.
I feel like we've got very cerebral there.
Sorry.
Thank you. Has anyone got a final question? I know we're going to have to wrap up very soon. But
yeah, I've got another question for you there. When you're doing a light on show to quite could be a fussy building like this, how much of a challenge is it to try and simplify what you're doing? So you're using the building very much, and it's not over fussy.
Well, what time did we meet at yesterday? Abbe, 7 o'clock. I got to bed at 2 a.m. because I had to make some changes. So yeah,
Me too.
I really like the term fussy building.
I'm making stuff through code, which sounds complicated, but it's actually really useful in these situations, because whenever you've got all of this, when you've got the raw code, you've got all of the parameters and all of within it that you can just change a few figures and change parameters quite quickly. It took a few hours, but if I made a video piece and it's fixed, that's it. You can't do anything with it. But code's quite flexible, so it's really a really interesting medium to work in. So that's how I manage things. I'm not actually a coder per se, but I work with code, if that makes sense. So yeah.
What language?
Processing JavaScript. So yeah.
Okay, well, I think we're out of time. We're going to have to wrap it up there. But thank you so much for all your questions. And please do join me in thanking our panel here, Anne, Jack and Ronan. Thank you so much for coming and contributing. And we're really looking forward to seeing your work tonight. Please do go and check it out. And the work of other artists that I can see here as well. We have Map and Stitching Light from Emergency Exit Arts. So lots of fantastic things to go and check out. Before you come back, hopefully, to the session at 2 o'clock with Phil for the next Light Up the North talk, you are very welcome to go and check out a preview and Q&A of another of our BD is Lit pieces called Sonic Swirl and Silence. That's up at Loading Bay, which is our sort of meanwhile theatre space that's been created for Bradford 2025. And that's a light and sound installation in a gallery space. it's free to attend, and there's also some refreshments there, so that might be a bonus, some samosas and things I hear. So the next session here, though, is at 2 o'clock, so please do join us again for that. Thank you to everyone that's joined online, and yeah, we'll see you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
breathe.
Can you see us? Can you join?
Yeah, perfect.
No, I can see you're not on video. I can sadly see nobody.
Sorry about that. It's because of the way we're set up now, but we'll just, yeah, hopefully you can hear everyone.
Okay, but I won't be able to. Good, okay,
Let's
thank you.
just give it a go how we are.
Yeah.
So Phil's going to kick off now.
Hi everyone, welcome to everyone online and in person. This is the second of two conversations that are going to be happening
If you have a
today.
live stream, email it to me and I can jump on another device.
Yes, so this is the second of two conversations. One was this morning, which was chaired by Abbe, the former chair of Light of the North and the senior producer for Bradford 2025. And this is the second of those discussions. And there was a series of conversations yesterday in Lancaster, right? Oh, happening today or tomorrow in Lancaster.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yep, and today the second conversation is called Illuminating Success, which is going to look at the success and growth of light festivals over the last 10 years. So I'm Phil, I am the director for Freedom Festival Arts Trust. We are an organisation based in Hull who run one of the largest festivals in public space in the north of England called Freedom Festival. Prior to that, I was working here in Bradford at Bradford Council as the head of artistic programmes, where we established BD is Lit, which hopefully you will all experience later today. I was co-chair of Light Up the North with Abbe, and I am on the board of Outdoor Arts UK, which is the sector development agency for making work in the outdoors. So, for those who don't know who Light Up the North is, it's a network of light festivals across the north, and this series of conversations is part of the Light Up the North programme. And we collaborate on areas such as commissioning and co-presenting, working around best practice, environmental sustainability and talent development through a range of programmes such as Shine, Spark and Illuminate, which will probably come up during this conversation. I'm joined by a wonderful panel of people in person and online, and we are going to have a conversation today. So we're each going to do a short bit of conversation for 5 minutes. We'll introduce ourselves as we go down and do those 5-minute introductions today. And then there'll be plenty of time at the end where we can have like an open conversation and some prompt discussions around the topic of the success of light festivals. So I'm going to continue on and then I'll just bleat on for 5 minutes and then I'll be done and then you can hear everyone else and it'll be wonderful, yeah? Really quickly then. So I joined Bradford at the start of Bradford's bid to become UK City of Culture, and at the time my post was about establishing and developing the cultural ecology, but also working on programmes that might help support some of the local social and other issues that were surrounding the city. And some of those issues were things like post 5 p.m. in the city centre, footfall was tremendously low in comparison to in the daytime, for example, and people using the city centre as a destination was limited or not happening as much as maybe some of the other locations around us, so Leeds, Manchester, Huddersfield, and also looking at how we helped create some pillars or some festivals that could kind of strengthen the backbone of the already existing cultural ecology that was here. So one of the things that we did was that we established a series of festivals, and one of those was BD is Lit. Now on the topic of the rise and success of the light festivals, this was an interesting thing to happen simply because there were already a significant number of light festivals in the area or in the region happening, which were very successful. For those who are not aware,
Bradford is around 20 minutes on public transport to Leeds. Leeds has had a very successful light festival for many years now. The team are here, wonderful light festival, and Abbe was part of that. The idea of establishing another light festival in such close proximity was like an interesting discussion to have. But our conversation was very much about placemaking and celebrating the place. So the series of interventions that we did were very much rooted in what the place and the space had to offer. So when we started to talk about what a light festival might look like, we wanted it to feel different to what the other light festivals were doing in a way that really felt organic or individual to Bradford as a place or to our place. So when in the first iterations, we actually did a series of commissions across the whole district. So Bradford is the 6th largest district in the country. It covers such a mass amount of area. So we established a series of actual bespoke commissions that spread across the whole area. And then we did a light festival in the middle of that work. So the idea was actually about celebrating light across the district and having a moment of significance to kind of bring that together. We did a very specific narrative which was around illuminating spaces and lighting up places, and it was about maybe shedding a light on some of the parts of the city or the district or some of the areas of the city centre which you might not normally have actually been to or you might have not explored in a particular way. So we were using light as a stimulus, and then that stimulus became the kind of space where we explored. So in the festival we used to do performances and other things which are not always in other light festivals. That's another whole topic of conversation for us to discuss. But we would do slightly more performative based things, or things that might be about, I don't know, it might be about shedding a light on a particular topic that was an issue for us in that area. So we would use light as the stimulus, and it would mostly result in light art development, but it might have been used in a different art form, or we might have popped it up. And that felt really unique in the sphere of light festivals, in a sense that it was about the place. So we very much focused on the place. So rather than being another light festival that appeared and didn't have any connection to the city in some way, it was more about how we made that happen. And our other partners had done that really well with the establishment of theirs, and we wanted to make sure that we kind of did that. So that's how Bradford became about doing that. And actually one of the super interesting things for me was during that process, a lot of the feedback from audiences was about the city centre feeling safe and people feeling safe at night. There is also a lot of bonfire and firework activity in Bradford that happens 365 days of the year, not just the one day it's supposed to happen. And this was like the festival always happened over bonfire weekend in like an exploration to understand maybe what an alternative to like a bonfire or a firework type of night could be. So we were really using culture and forms of culture to kind of establish some really good cultural ecology situations, but to also maybe use it to address some of the situations in the city that might help the city develop as well. So it wasn't just about, shall we do a light art festival? It was like, actually, could this make the streets safer? Does it bring families into the city post 5 o'clock? And the answer was absolutely yes. It did all of those things for us. And, you know, I'm really excited to see what happens this weekend. It's really nice to come back, see the festival happening, get to see it in a different guise. But for me, in terms of this light festival boom, I thought it was really important to open with, why would somebody establish a light festival in the middle of that boom when there was already like stuff happening around you? And I wanted to kind of point the nod and reference to like what placemaking feels like in some places, and ecology building, and how you might be addressing different needs or different demands in certain areas based on what you're covering. I have got an interesting question for us to discuss later about why does culture have to do that, but that's like another thing for us to discuss later. But it feels like that was a really good place to start and say, I'm coming at this from a perspective of here's how we make a place, basically. So that's me. I am going to stop talking now, and I'm going to hand over to the wonderful Kate.
Thank you, Phil. I'm Kate Harvey. I'm Director of Projects for Artichoke, and I have produced pretty much all of the Lumiere festivals since 2009. 2009 I didn't, but I went with my mum, so I've got a connection there. I think it's a really interesting moment to be discussing this topic and to be looking at all of the work that's gone on over the last sort of 15 or so years within the UK context around the development of light-based work and work that champions artists who work through the medium of light. And just to take you back a little bit in terms of Lumiere's history, we created the first Lumiere in 2009 as a kind of a bit of a trial, really, to see whether something like that would work. Artichoke came up with the concept and took it to Durham as a place which, for those of you who haven't been to Durham, is fantastically dark, which is a really great starting point for a light event. We started off with, I think, the first festival, which was around 18 pieces, and an audience of, I think, 70,000 people turned up, which is surprising considering the city of Durham's population is around 45,000. So one of the immediate challenges that we had in the Durham context was how to continue to think about work in that place. And as I say, 2009 we thought was going to be a one-off. We thought we were going to go and do it. Helen Marriage created the programme for it, and during the event was invited by Durham County Council to come back and to make it a biennial event. So that was a surprise for us at that moment, a happy surprise. One of the challenges about Durham is that its topography is on the river, which almost makes an island of the city centre. So in terms of managing audiences, you've immediately got a challenge there in terms of how many people you can effectively push into the paper bag that is the peninsula of Durham without having challenges. So whilst for artists it is absolutely fantastic and glorious, you've got these very dark, very wild spaces, you've got the contrast of the medieval architecture, the contemporary spaces that have been developed, and Durham has changed a huge amount since we've been there. You are in a place which is quite a challenge in terms of event logistics. So as we've developed the event, we have developed ways of managing the audience in order to keep safety at the heart and the top of the event. And that means that we've had to create systems to manage the flow of the audience into the event through a sort of ticketing system. This year we're going to actually be ticketing the city centre right the way through the event. So that's places additional challenges, but also an additional way of embedding the event into the city centre, because we've got to work with all of the businesses in the city centre to make sure that they can continue business as usual and welcome the additional crowd and visitors and the artists and the tech teams into what is a very complex city organisation. So we've worked to both highlight the city and everything that it has to offer. It's known as a place of pilgrimage, it's known for its cathedral, it's known as a World Heritage Site, and to be able to insert the work of contemporary artists and the best artists working internationally through light into that context has been an extraordinary privilege, and I think has created some really vibrant memories and temporary transformations of the historical setting. It has existed and evolved over the, I believe, 9 editions since 2009. Our audience probably at its peak was around 200,000. We've since slightly managed that audience to make it feel a bit more comfortable in the city centre. And we've worked with over 14,000 people across County Durham to place local people at the heart of some of the artistic interpretations and inventions. So there's been huge programmes of learning and participation, of engagement, of training, and of real integration with the long-standing programmes that exist across the city and the wider county. In 2021, we were the first large event to happen in the sort of post-COVID era, which was quite a challenge. I sort of makes me feel a bit slightly sick thinking about it now, because we planned the whole event remotely. We had teams who hadn't visited Durham, and we were fitting things up. We were testing people left, right and centre. But what was really interesting about that year was that we were encouraged to create satellite artworks in the wider county. So that year we did, I think, 5 pieces in different areas across the county. That's something that has remained in the 2 last editions of the festival, but down to a single site. So last year we were in, I say last year, last edition in 2023, we were in Bishop Auckland. And this year we are in Shildon with 3 pieces that highlight the fantastic history that Shildon has at the heart of the railway industry, which you'll know is being celebrated for the 200th anniversary this year. So I think it's fascinating in terms of light, that it's not a static context in terms of a city and a place. Durham has changed massively in the time that we've been there. It's not a static situation at all, as we know, socially and culturally, but it's also not a static situation in terms of tech. And one of the things that I sort of reflect on is that proliferation of light-based work in the sort of 2009-ish time, I think came about because of several different things. One, that there was a real appetite to start to use the streets of the UK for work that was going to bring people together, that was going to create an identity, to change profile, and to really invest in people's experiences of their towns and cities, and towns and cities as a place to bring people together, not just for transport and travel and shopping. So that was one thing I think that was really kind of fundamental at that time. And the other thing was the change in tech and the inventions of LEDs and the real sort of change from very, very traditional power-heavy forms of technology to a much more flexible means of using that electric medium. Not to say that that's the only way that we work with light. We include fire and reflection and lots of other ways of interpreting light. But I think those 2 things coming together were a really, really strong impetus that I think everything over the last 15 years has really sort of fed from and kind of developed.
Yeah. Thanks, Kate. That was wonderful. That was good. Thank you very much, Kate. And also, it's probably important to say, Kate, you are...
Oh, yes, sorry, I should say that.
Yeah, go.
I'm going to speak again. As well as being involved in Lumiere in Durham, I am the chair of the International Light Festival organisation, which is a network of around 40 light festivals from across Europe and beyond. And we are a really strong and very friendly network where all of the people who are involved in producing and curating programmes of light get together in person at least once a year, and virtually much more often, and a very supportive way to both develop artists but also to discuss the challenges that we all come across in producing events of this scale and nature.
Thank you, Kate. Sorry, I'm also getting used to this tech here, because if someone else is speaking, it like flashes at you and stuff. Yeah, I think it's a really fascinating conversation to talk about how tech changed, and then how tech then merged into what we could do in public space, and how we could start to transform public spaces a little bit more. And I guess we've both really picked up on communities and people here, which is probably a good segue into Daniel and your work. Hand you over.
Thank you very much. So I'm Daniel. I am CEO of Emergency Exit Arts. I've got a few pictures, but we'll keep them as they are at the moment. Is that? So Emergency Exit Arts has been going 45 years. It started in 1980. A group of artists and educators and anarchists in South London. When Thatcher said there's no such thing as community, they said yes, there well is, and so it was quite an anarchic start, but blowing things up and using fire was always part of the vocabulary, the artistic vocabulary. But actually, working in light festivals we were slightly, well, I guess late to the game. We always did things at night because it's easier to make spectacle at night than it is during the daytime when you can sort of see behind the scenes. So I'm going to talk a little bit about emergency exit arts and our approach, if you like, to work within light festivals in reference to Stitching Light, which is number 13 in the brochure if you manage to pick one up. So Stitching Light, and I guess the point I want to make is my observation, having gone, being a huge enthusiast of light festivals and absolutely loving going to Lumiere and other ones, was often the pieces, were beautiful and it transformed cities. But I guess what Emergency Exit Arts wanted to do, because what we do in almost all our work is the co-creation element. So we wanted to bring people in as key, not just participants, but as key creators of the work, and therefore, coming at it at a slightly different angle. And what happened is we approached Canary Wharf lights last year, and we said, look, you've got a huge sort of South Asian population in Tower Hamlets. We don't see much of that reflected in the work. Would you be interested in us developing a piece by, with, and for people from South Asia? They said yes. So we approached artist Rahul Abedin, who's partly Tower Hamlets based, partly Bangladesh based, and together we came up with the idea that often the women's stories from Bangladesh are not often told. So we developed a whole kind of oral history project whereby we worked with different communities of Bangladeshi women across the country. They told us, in fact, we can go through some of these pictures, I think. So there were some workshops with those women talking about childhood, talking about their journeys to the UK, talking about, we could go back, that one, stick on that one for a second. Childhood memories, parents' journeys to this country. And it was, I think, very emotional for the workshop participants that felt they hadn't really shared their stories before. Our event producer, Hannah Rushforth, was really moved by, it was an all women's space, so I couldn't go to the workshops, but was really moved by what came out of from the stories. And then what happened is Rahul sort of translated those with an artist called Batten into textile panels, so folk art textile panels in Bangladesh. They were then sent back to the UK to the different communities, and then they hand stitched using sort of Kantha traditions, hand stitched light thread into those panels. And we developed a sound piece around it, and so the final pieces are sort of a walk-through installation where you can listen to a soundscape. And if you want to listen to the stories now, if you go on to the next one, it's now live as of this afternoon. If you click that QR code and scroll through, you can actually hear the stories both in English and in Bangla as to exactly to interpret all of those panels. So I guess, just in summary, the way that we love to work with communities is creating something which is of a high enough quality to go around the amazing kind of Light Up the North festivals and other light festivals around the country, but absolutely have participants and be able to perhaps shine a light on some other areas or stories that maybe aren't so often told. Does that make sense? Is that all my pictures done?
Yeah. Yes. This is a fun game up here about the speaker system. And it's great to hear about the way that light art can transform stories into public space and help build connections with other communities in each of the spaces around stories that are not often heard in public space or not often told in that way. You know, it's really good. It's great, really great to have that. So we're now going to go online to where Teen is joining us. Teen, are you with us?
Hi.
Wonderful. Over to you, Teen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, that's great, because I can hardly hear you, and I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. I would love to be there, and I'd love to have been able to hear everything, but I think there was some sound technical issues, so I'm on 3 different devices getting messages, and I am watching you on the live stream, but it's very behind. I'm delighted to be here though, and I'm in Denmark right now where I'm working, and which is also where I'm from, so I'm sitting in our own home here as well. And I'm going to talk about Light Festival from an artist's perspective, but also from what I really think that is important and what it brings. And I think that, you know, really it's really simple. It's a moment where we can come together, where we can engage with art outside, sometimes free, sometimes paid, but it's really that social coming together that I think it brings, and that's why it's so successful. And, you know, I think more than ever, in a time where it feels like we're being pulled apart, that becomes even more important, that to have these moments where we can come together and be social together. So creating these social spaces where we have experiences, and those experiences, particularly I think with light art, can be those moments of awe, which is like almost a particular thing that when we have those together, but it's also moments where audience often become co-creators or connectors or participatory and connecting in light, and that brings an enhancement to the everyday life. But more than that also, it brings us out in our places and cities and towns and local spaces, and we really see them through different lights, seeing them anew, which I think creates a really great sense of belonging. So it's that sort of, for a particular, my interest in kind of play and interactivity, what happens when we come together, when we interact, what happens inside our brains, how do we become social, and how when we have an invitation, that we take that invitation, we break down some of those, oh, I'm not engaging with art, but we foster also a sense of kind of the moment of awe and joy, but it also really gives us a sense of belonging, and we all know that we have that. When we have that in our places, it makes them better. We participate to create them and make them better as well. So overall, I think the Light Festivals, not only for artists, but it's always a joy to work in the Light Festivals because it gives us so many opportunities. It's also really important for the communities and for the places themselves. And I think also they really represent a particular shift. I think I have a slide and a quote, but it's almost in a shift where there's a how meaning of artworks are understood, where it's like from a level of intention and expression to a dimension that how is it experienced, you know, so it's from what the artwork says to what it does, and particularly for me, that's really important. So when we're creating a piece of work, what does it do? How does it engage? What do people get out of it? And play at that moment becomes really important, because play is often that invitation that enables us to have active participation, where we then become part of the work, then where we have agency as audiences, where we get that feeling that we really belong and we are really creators in our own city, that we can, with families, often play together. And I think that Light Festival is also a reflection, not only of the technologies and the LED lights and the sensors and the technology that we can now work with, but it's also a reflection of how we see art and artworks and the culture of the experience culture that we live in. And there's a great hunger for it. There's no doubt that you can see sometimes a Light Festival is so successful that it's almost too much, or too many queues, which is like they're a victim of their own success, which is perhaps also a discussion that would be interesting to have, you know, in the good and bad. But, you know, from an artist's perspective, I think about, well, what is art? How are we there as artists and creating in this particular context of the world that we're in right now? But the reality is that festivals You know, there's so many limits in our everyday life that holds us back. But particular play, once we take that invitation to play and participate, the world just becomes open again. It becomes, and that's the core of play. It is the concept of possibility. It's always possible. And you know, that's, you know, in the play theory of what we know about play theory. And the other key issue of play is that everybody can play. That's the hallmark of play. Everybody knows what it's like to play or to interact or to do something. Sometimes we're held back, sometimes adults, grown-ups don't play and the kids play. But I know from research that if grown-ups get a chance, they will also play. And that's how play comes in, you know, and how that participatory, interactive, the experience of the awe that Light Festival often bring to cities and places. And when we do that, when we have those experiences of play and interaction and socialising outside at the festival, that's what brings us empathy. This is where we learn, you know, to have empathy. And really, I think in the world where we are increasingly pulled apart, you know, that is so vital to promote compassion amongst our people. And I think that's one of the strengths of Light Festivals from a cultural perspective.
Amazing. Such a good way to think of a city being a big playful playground for adults and children alike. I really, really love that concept. Thanks team, that was amazing, and I'm really glad that you can join us. We are going to open the floor to like a discussion now for this, so if anyone has any questions or any thoughts they'd like to share, I can offer out to the room first. I have some things that I can kick off the questions with, but if anyone in the room has a burning desire to say, hey, I want to ask this, then let's start there. No? It's cool, like, oh, Tom, yes.
A lot of the work is focused around outdoor arts, obviously, but we've just been to see an indoor piece that was just a preview piece an hour ago. Is there much mileage for indoor work in these light festivals?
Depending on the context, absolutely. I think from just speaking from Durham's perspective, because of the size of the audience and because of the kind of additional pressure that brings, the only space we have programmed as indoor spaces is either the cathedral or quite a large church. And the reason for that is we can effectively not treat it as an outdoor space, but you're not really restricting the numbers of people that can gain access to see the work, so it becomes an integral part of the programme. Having said that, certainly thinking about the European festivals who form the back of ILO, a lot of the more experimental work is actually going on in indoor spaces, and there are a lot of festivals and events that really dedicate a lot of time and resource to those indoor spaces and can manage the audience appropriately within them, so yes.
So just quickly, are they mainly drop-in events without a start time and end time to make that?
It does become more problematic when you've got an indoor space and a piece that can't repeat lots of times. So if you've got live performers and you're saying we can only do this at 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock, then it becomes something, well, it's not impossible, but it becomes something that you're disappointing a large number of the audience. So that's a challenge.
That's a conversation around like curatorial context as well, I think. So if you had a festival like, to use Lumiere as an example, I know the sheer numbers of people who are at Lumiere are so much more than the numbers we had in Bradford, which meant in Bradford we could test it, we could do different things. So we had a performance piece a few years ago by Commonwealth which was about fast fashion, and it was basically a really interesting co-curated concept to do with fast fashion, but the whole idea of that was we were shining a light on a topic in the world that's like a social issue. It did involve lights and projection, so it did have some elements of potential light art in it. It was more about that conversation, but that could only reach 400 people over the duration of the festival, and actually the festival reached 25,000 people. So there's like a real conversation to have about, and also if you're moving people, like for example in Ghent, when you go to Ghent, incredible light festival, I would advise everybody to go and experience Ghent. But if you go there to the festival, there's such a large volume of people, and their security and tech and the way that they process that is so amazingly well done and rigorous that to put a performance piece in the middle of that, I don't know what would happen in terms of that like situation, you know, because the traffic is you flow through on a system, you can't get in or out of that system unless you're in the right place. But it's amazing. Like I spent like an hour in their hall watching that behind the scenes stuff work. But it's a bit of it's about the flow and the curation of how the festival feels. And if you start to stop 6,000 people in one place, there becomes a big conversation then, which is about egress and regress, numbers of people in those spaces, capacities. It gets really dull. Sorry.
It's funny because in live festivals we tend to try and want to see and consume everything, don't we? But you don't actually have to consume everything.
I think that's absolutely right, and I think there are models that are certainly being discussed around different ways of doing things. So whether you're curating and creating an opportunity that has a diverse offer where you as an audience member understand that you're not going to see everything, so more akin to a more mixed arts festival where you say, well, I'm not going to see every performance in the Edinburgh Fringe because I'd be dead and bankrupt, but you know, that there is more of an opportunity for very specific ticketed events, but that's not been, I suppose it's not been the norm to date.
I was just going to add, when we programmed a couple of light festivals in Medway, and the one in Chatham, so Chatham High Street. I don't know if anyone knows it, but it's seen better days. I think it would be safe to say. But the local theatre there programmed just a kind of every 10 minutes a kind of light show using their tech in the theatre, and I think they said they had 10,000 people going through the theatre over the course of the 2 nights. And you know, it was mainly a local audience, and most of them had never set foot in the theatre before. So I think that, I agree with other people. I think that there is room for indoor programming. It's about how you get people in and out, and also because a lot of them, well, they're naturally in winter, you know, weather can be a huge factor, and actually having a space that you can go and dry off or get out of the wind or get out of the cold and have a cup of tea is actually quite crucial.
Never, always in the cold. I've got a question about like the popularisation of light art here. Good, bad, indifferent. How do we feel about that? Should we bring? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. Tina's going to come in a second.
Sorry, hi. I'm waiting for instructions. This is in the context of indoor art. That Illuminated Swim is obviously an indoor piece, which is really a beloved piece of me personally because I love swimming. And it was a work that was developed around the Cultural Olympiad in the sense of how we merged sports and arts, and then it grew from there and changed. And we showed it at Light Night at Leeds, and it was an indoor working with the local community and the pool there. And Illuminated Swim is an experience where you swim through colour, and from an artist's perspective, I wanted to create an experience where you dive through a painting, like swimming through a beautiful painting. And I looked for ways to do that with signs and with light, and used fog, like pure water. And because when you would see a fog in the morning, you see the fog hovering over water. So when we put a fog over it, it naturally hovers over the pool. And then we light it, so we almost have this membrane of colour. And then we add sound so that you can swim through, that you can go into this very different world and have that experience, which is not only an indoor piece of artwork, but it's also in a place where we don't normally connect to art. It's not a gallery, it's that art in the unexpected places, but it's also art where you might have access to it and have an artistic experience that you don't normally have. And obviously, I don't, like, is there any kind of technical issues with it? The main technical issues with that type of work, working indoor in a light festival that many people think is outdoor, is that are they going to come indoor? Are they going to come and see us? This is not a gallery, this is a pool, so you have to come for it. And luckily each time it's always fully booked and it's a popular experience. Technically it's all about safety, making sure everything is up and running, but it's a really beautiful piece, like having a very different experience of a light festival where you really truly immerse yourself in light.
Yeah, we find a lot in our work in Hull that when you do something site specifically or something that isn't in a traditional cultural space, the popularity of that event becomes significantly more, people are significantly more open to that experience. And I think it's more about the way I approached the light stuff here, about the transforming of spaces or shedding new light on some spaces where they might have, you might bring a new definition or a meaning to that space. So I'll come back to, the popularisation of light art. Is this controversial? Shall we do it? I think there's it's come up a little bit, numbers, it's very popular. We're talking big numbers often here at events or festivals. Is it good? Is it bad? Is it indifferent? What are we feeling? From my perspective, I feel like the popularisation of it means there's more money in art for artists from one perspective. So I think it's great that it's popular and more artists can get more money to be paid to do such great work. That for me feels like that's the good part of it. But there is the negative part of it, I feel, sometimes when you're at a festival and you're trying to experience something and there is 20,000 other people all in that same installation and you're trying to figure out how to navigate that. Let's unpick, sorry. Kate.
Shall I go? I think it's great. I mean, to get the opportunity to present, if you have a piece in a gallery, you're lucky if you get 1,000 people or something coming through it. If you're in a large scale theatre, maybe you're lucky to be getting 600 people a night or something. And in this context, you've got the opportunity to share work with potentially really large audiences. I think the challenge comes down to both curation in terms of where and how you present that work and making sure that the context for the work means that you can still work with the artist to create a really exceptional experience, and at the same time that you're placing work in the right space for both the work but also the audience experience. So if you're taking people to see a very intimate piece and it's down a very narrow alley and you've got people who are queuing to get in there and queuing to get out there and it's right in the centre of a city, you're going to have a lot of frustrated audience members and it's going to be, kind of an experience that you're not going to like. But if you're able to find a different wall or a different space or a different nook and cranny that's a bit more offbeat, then you can take audiences on a journey to a space that they wouldn't necessarily explore and find, and to find it transformed by the wonderful imagination of the artist whose work is there.
Yeah, I think that's a very great point. It's the same as working at, for example, in an outdoor festival. If you made a theatre show that goes outdoors, the chances of you reaching thousands more people is much larger in that context. And actually, the interesting thing for me about public space work, that's how I talk about all of our work, is because public space belongs to people. And I feel like that actually people are more inclined to engage in something in a public space. I know we sometimes call galleries and theatres public spaces, and I love those places and they're incredible and we need them. But for me, my access to culture came through public space. I'm really fascinated about the range of people who exist in those places and engage in that stuff.
Sort of good, bad, indifferent. I mean, all of that, but mainly good. I mean, I think it's fantastic to get. I don't know what the audience is going to be over the next couple of days, but I know Leeds, you've got, 200,000 people over 2 nights, and it was shifted to be a Wednesday and Thursday rather than Thursday and Friday. So, I mean, I just think that's amazing. My fear is that with the scarcity of public funding, and that's only going to get tighter and tighter, both from local authorities and from arts funding bodies, as to how sustainable it is, unless we tackle that fundamental. Hey, look, I love theatres and galleries too, but I think until that sort of shift in understanding and momentum that most people who access the arts in this country are not going to galleries and theatres and opera houses, they're actually doing it on the streets in their local places. So I think until there's a fundamental shift of understanding and bravery to shift the funding more towards the kind of work that we do and we love, then I see the future really being, as well as the larger scale light festivals, but also more homegrown, sort of do-it-yourself. I'm lucky enough to live in Brighton, but there's a street round the corner from me where, every Christmas there's an Advent calendar goes up down the street, and the street for years have been decorating their own windows, and it's a fabulous hour just to go through the windows seeing all of their different scenes. And I think that sort of homegrown approach and the do-it-yourself approach that could go a lot further.
There is an interesting point to make that actually of the NPOs in the country, which is the national portfolio, that's the organisations who are funded from the Arts Council for 4 years, only one is actually a dedicated light NPO, and there's another NPO which is Durham Festivals, which has the festival. So out of all of the majorly funded organisations in the country, technically two are the focal point of light art, which I think is an interesting conversation to unpick another time. We're heading towards the end, so should we get team prepared as well? There's one thing I want to end on. I want to do like one positive wish or thought or something we want to gift out to the sector at the moment as a panel that says what or maybe something you're thinking about, like what does 5 years look like, or something positive that says we're doing the right thing, let's keep going, or there's, like you just said, a worry, or worry is blah blah blah. Do we have something that we want to share that we can say this is this? Go on.
I've been toying for a while. I think it's great coming together in, Light Up the North is fantastic in the way it networks people together. It seems to be, it's very, very easy to just jump on a Zoom call and have, and get together more often as producers, artists, festival bookers, anyone involved or interested in this area of work. And I think if nobody else is going to do a kind of monthly webinar, then I think that EEA might, because I just think it's useful to have conversations and to learn what different ideas in the sector myself, in a slightly less formal setting, perhaps.
And I guess my one gift out is I hope that more places understand the value of something like a light festival and the credibility that it brings to a place, because BD is Lit was the first festival or the first major thing to return post-COVID in Bradford. It was one of the first launches and collaborations between the bid team when Bradford was bidding to be City of Culture. I remember it so clearly. We had Borealis by Dan Archer on the Mirrorpool, and it had been to London previously, then it came to Bradford and it went back to London, and obviously when it went back to London it got BBC coverage and got picked up by more people because it was in London and not the North. And when it came out on this screen, there was a whole bunch of Bradfordians that had gone on the article saying, well, it's already been to Bradford, so and I was like, oh yes, we're doing it. Like, culture and light art is like retelling the story for us, we're winning. So I want more of that, like, pride of place and people to understand what that does in terms of not just look at it and say we're spending money on this, like what does it actually do for a place in that sense. Yeah. Teen, are you ready?
All right. Okay. Sorry. Yes, there was a delay. I hope that in the future light festivals are recognised, both national and locally, and that artists are still continuing to show work, because I also seen a trend where you have a different type of light festival, so naturally as an artist that would be one or a wish, that the quality of the art, that the artist and the audience is at the heart of these festivals.
Amazing, thank you. Kate, do you want to close us out?
I would echo absolutely what Tina says. We don't have anything to show and to share unless we invest in artists, and unless artists get the opportunity to be really bold and extraordinary in their visions. And that means, as festival producers and directors and curators, we have to give artists that space to be bold and to be daring and to imagine the unimaginable that hasn't happened yet.
What a brilliant way to end the conversation. I'd like to say thank you to the panel for joining me today. That has been fantastic. You've been great. A huge thanks to the sound and tech team, because behind the scenes they have actually been making this magic happen, because we really were not, as you all saw at the beginning. And a huge thanks to Abbe for hosting in Bradford and the Bradford 2025 team. I encourage everyone to stay or try and check out the festival that's happening this evening, and go and see the installation that's in the loading bay. I just saw it previously. It's a very beautiful installation. Thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Thanks.